Good evening, class. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, how you doing? Okay. So let's just give a couple of minutes for some other students to join the class. And then we are going to start a new chapter. At the meantime, anybody has any questions? Okay. Okay. So today we're gonna discuss vital signs and measurements. So one of the things that you should understand every single time that you start working or doing your internship is that you're gonna have two things that are not the same. Remember, measurements meaning checking the patient's weight, height, or checking the child's or the newborn or the infant's head circumference, chest circumference. Those are part of the measurements. These are not part of the vital signs. So very careful because these are the type of questions that you're gonna get in your exam. So vital signs means life. So measurements are not living, structure or exams or tests that we're going to do. If we check the patient's height or weight, that has nothing to do with the patient being alive or not. Because we can measure a computer, we can weight a computer, a chair, refrigerator, a car, anything can be weighed, and it doesn't have life. Vital means something that has to do how the body performs, how the body is evolving, how the body, what is the status of your body, your health. That is vital. That's why vital signs means pulse. We're going to check the pulse, meaning how the heart is, squeezing and pumping blood to the entire body. So that's what we're going to check. That has to do with life. Measurements, they do not. I can measure anything. And does not imply that whatever I measure is a living organism. Whereas vital signs has to do with how the body is functioning. That's why the patient needs to check pulse, respirations, blood pressure, oxygen levels, because that's exactly what we need to do. So every single time that the patient comes into the office, we got to do some of these vital signs. Sometimes we got to do the measurements as well. But the point here is that when they tell you which of the following is not considered a vital sign, measurements is not considered a vital sign. If I said weight or height or the head circumference of the child or the chest circumference, those are not vital signs. Those are measurements. So they gave you 4 options there to to select the right answer. And they're going to ask you which of the following is not considered a vital sign. So they're going to give you pulse, blood pressure, temperature, and then they're going to put their weight or height. So either of those are measurements. So that is deception. So that should be the answer. Because remember, sometimes we think that weight and height are part of vital signs. They are not. They can be done in conjunction to vital signs where the patient goes to be evaluated by the medical doctor, but they are not vital signs. Remember, they are considered measurements. So here we have then height and weight measurements. We can do height and weight for anything, but for human beings, we have certain techniques to check the weight. Depends of the age of the patient, depends of the physical disabilities. Because if someone cannot stand up, how can you check height? How can you check weight? Because they have to stand up on top of on a scale. So that's basically what it is. So you need to understand measurements, particularly height and weight. As a medical assistant, you have to do this. These are very, very common routine tests, and you need to learn how to do it correctly. Because remember, depends of the measurements, depends of the results that you get from that patient. That's the information that you're going to give to the medical doctor, and the medical doctor is going to be able to use those results to determine what's going on with the patient. So every single measurement, every single test that you run in the office has to be accurate. Because if it's not, then we are not going to give the patient accurate results. We're not going to give them a correct diagnosis. So that's not good, right? So that's basically what it is. So it says there, well, what is measurements or mesuration? Taking body measurements. Now, once again, it is a very, very common procedure, so to speak, that you do in the medical office, hospitals, wherever you are. These are the things that you're going to be collecting most of the time. Of course, all depends what is the patient there for. There are certain things that you have to do every single time the patient goes there. Some others depends on what the patient complains about. We will go over this as we move through this chapter. Now, remember, the reason why these exams or tests or procedures needs to be accurate is because, once again, the medical provider is using this information to determine what is the status of the patient, the health of the patient at that particular moment. So we need to get this, on track and right. We can check once again weight, height for any human being. It can be from a newborn up to an elderly. Same with the weight. But it depends on the patient, the age of the patient, the physical conditions. We are going to do little changes here and there to make sure that we got this information correctly, even though the patient cannot, sometimes do things on their own. We have to assist them. We have to change the techniques to get things done. So that's basically what it is. So that's height and weight. So let's use some conversion measurements because you might get this on the exam. So usually for height, we can use inches and centimeters? Well, here in the United States, we use inches. Sometimes on the exam, because other countries, like my country, they use centimeters instead of inches. So in your exam, you might be asked to convert inches to centimeters and vice versa, centimeters to inches. So that's basically what it is. So if you learn how to convert inches to centimeters, you're definitely gonna know how to reverse that, because you're just gonna change things around. It is the opposite. So think about it. So let's find the definition. If you're gonna convert inches to centimeters, the only thing that you have to do is you are going to multiply the number of inches by 2.5. That is it. Now you get centimeters, if that is the case. So here is an example. It says right here, you've been given a conversion of a patient that it is his or her height is 60 inches. So how many centimeters are those? So remember, as the formula states, we are going to use inches, the amount of inches, because that information is going to be given to you. What is not going to give it to you is this 2.5. You need to know the 2.5. Because if they give you the 2.5, so then they know what exactly you're going to do. That's not how it works. So you need to know that 2.5 is the standard that you're going to use, or the default number that you're going to use to multiply by inches. And then you're going to get centimeters. So 60 inches times 2.5 is equal to 150 centimeters. It's very straightforward, but you just need to remember 2.5. Why? Because the inches or the centimeters are going to be given to you in the question. Now you need to know what is the default, what is the standard number that you're going to use to make the conversion. The opposite is also true. If you need to convert centimeters to inches, well, now you are going to divide this number of centimeters by 2.5. Because remember, it's the opposite to the conversion of inches to centimeters. If it is inches to centimeters, remember, you are going to multiply the number of inches that you're going to get. If it is centimeters to be converted to inches, now you're going to divide. Why? Because it's the opposite. If in one you multiply, the other one you divide. So now you're going to get the number of centimeters. Like, for instance, here you've been given 200 centimeters. So you're going to divide it by 2.5. So the answer is 80 inches. So that's basically what it is. These are very, very, very straightforward, simple conversions, formulas. You just need to remember, because some of the questions or some of the exams, you will get this. Plus the conversion of weight, pounds to kilograms and kilograms to pounds, which is the one that we're going to cover next. So just keep this table as your reference, because it's very important to know. That's how it is. Even though if you're not using centimeters, that's not the point. The point is that they want you to know how to do the conversion. just in case. So it is very simple. Once again, if you're gonna convert, remember this is for height. If you're gonna make the conversions, we use inches here, feet, inches. In my system, in my country, we use meters and centimeters. So that's basically what it is. So you are 1 meter and these many centimeters, or you are these many centimeters tall. So that's basically what it is. So once again, it's not the point whether you are going to be using this in your workplace, because we have, inches and centimeters on all these scales. When you use it, they have centimeters in one side, inches on the other side. The same with pounds and kilograms. They have pounds on top, underneath that, you're gonna have find kilograms when you're doing the measurements for weight. So don't forget the conversion, remember. So if you learn how to convert inches to centimeters, you are going to know the other one, because it's the opposite. Here you're gonna multiply, once again, the number of inches by 2.5, which is the de facto number, or the default, if you want to call it like that. And if you are going to reverse this process, now you have to divide, because it's the opposite. If it is centimeters to be converted to inches, now you are going to divide number of centimeters by 2.5. Any questions about these simple formulas? Once again, exams, they usually like to throw, it's not many, it's just one question. But you need to know how to do the conversion. If you don't, you're missing points. So that's basically what it is. Because it's straightforward. One of the things, once again, that you have to keep in mind is the de facto number that you have to multiply by, because everything else is going to be given to you. Now, pay close attention. What is the conversion that they're asking you to do? It is inches to centimeters or centimeters to inches. So don't mix them up. Don't divide centimeters, or don't multiply centimeters by 2.5, because you're going to get a very huge number. And that is wrong, because you're supposed to be dividing it. So that's basically how it works. Next, conversion, weight. So the weight, you have to make the conversions. This is only one question that you're gonna get on your exam. It's not that they're gonna give you 2, 3, 4 conversions. No, it's just one question that they throw over there. So here the same analogy applies. To convert pounds to kilograms, you have to divide the number of pounds by 2.2. It's not 2.5, because that is for height. Here is by 2.2. So that's basically what it is. Now, what we're dividing by, what are we multiplying by 2.5? One, that's a de facto number that is given for the formula. You need to know it. Doesn't change, it's the same. Because that is the number of centimeters. 1 centimeter is equal to 2.5. So you're going to be dividing inches into 2.5, which is 1 centimeter. That's what you get, centimeters. Here is the same. We're going to divide pounds by 2.2. So then we get kilograms. So that's how it works. Now, what is 2.2? 2.2 is how many pounds there are in 1 kilogram. 2.2 pounds in 1 kilogram. So that's basically what it is. That is in America, because here in my country, it is by 2. So it's very simple, because a kilogram is 1,000 grams here in my country and in the US and everywhere. That doesn't change. What it changes is the pound, because the pound here in my country is 500 milligrams. So if I divide 1,000 by 2, so 1 kilogram are equal to 2 pounds. But in the United States, the measurements are a little different. So the pound is less than 500 grams. It's 456 something. So for that reason, it's 2.2. So it's not something that someone just placed over there. No, it's because, once again, 2.2 is the number of pounds in 1 kilogram. And 2.5 is the number of centimeters in 1 inch. So you're going to divide it by. So that is how it works, and that's how you're going to do the conversion. And I'm telling you how it works because it's a lot easier when you understand that. So here in my country, I don't have to be worried about 2.2. I just divide it by 2. So it is half. That's it. Oh, you're 160 pounds. How many kilograms? 80 kilograms. That's it. Other than that, it will be different, the number, because it's by 2.2, remember. So if this person is 160 pounds, like the example that is given here, so 160 pounds has to be converted to kilograms right here. So then kilograms is equal to, number of pounds divided by 2.2. This is 72.7. Now, if this was in my country, remember, it will be 80 kilograms because the pounds here are 500 milligrams and there are 2 pounds in a kilogram. Here is less. The pounds in the United States is less than 500 milligrams. For that reason, we have to divide it by 2.2. So that's basically what it is. So they give you the number and you're just going to divide it by 2.2 if they give you pounds. Now, if they give you kilograms, you're going to do the opposite. So you're going to get kilograms. So you're going to be given 94 kilograms. You need to convert them to pounds. So what are you going to do? You're going to get the 94 kilograms and you are going to multiply it by 2.2. And the answer is going to be 207 pounds. So that is basically what it is. Remember that the metrics for weight in the United States are pounds. It's not kilograms, are pounds. So sometimes, they just want to give you the conversions. And it's only one for the weight, one for the height. How to do the conversion, remember. So keep it in mind, because it's gonna come on your exam. Any questions about conversions of inches to centimeters, centimeters to inches, and weight conversion of pounds to kilograms and kilograms to pounds? Don't try to memorize both formulas because you're gonna make mistake. That I can reassure you of that. Learn one. Learn the pounds, because those are the ones that we use in the United States. So you're gonna say, okay, if I'm gonna convert pounds to kilograms, I have to divide pounds by 2.2. So if they give me kilograms to, I know already, because it's the opposite. I'm gonna multiply that number of kilograms by 2.2. There is no way that you're gonna multiply the number of pounds by 2.2, because then you're gonna have double the amount. Think about 160 times 2.2. Wow, seriously. That was almost 330. So that will be too much. It will be too much. You're not going to be waiting that, no? So for that reason, pay attention. It has a logic when you do the conversions. So again, if you get pounds divided by 2.2, and if you get kilograms to be converted to pounds, then you're going to multiply kilograms by 2.2. Simple. So just keep it in mind. Now, when you are at work, you don't have to do any of this. Why? Because the scales are going to be in pounds and in kilograms. You just need, to set it up correctly when you're doing it. So, or read the line that, correlates with, the metric measurements that you're using on that particular institution. But once again, in the United States, pounds and inches. Pounds for weight, inches for height, and fits, of course. And kilograms are these metric measurements in other countries, like, South America, where I live, and Europe. So that's basically what it is. So pay attention to this. This is the same as when we get to the temperature. See, in the United States, they use Fahrenheit. In my country, we use centigrades or Celsius, which is the same. So we have to adapt ourselves to this and, try to kind of be familiar with these measurements, because you never know. You're going to encounter a piece of equipment that is only set up for pounds or for kilograms, but you don't know how to do it, then, you're going to have problems getting the answer or getting the results, you might say. Any questions about conversions, height, and weight? Because remember, it's important. Okay, so what would be the steps that are going to be followed when we are going to check the patient's height and weight? Because most of these measurements are done manually. Yes, there are some scales that are digital. That's fine if you have one of those, but most of the scales are manual. So for that reason, you need to know how to use it. Very easy to do it, but if you do not know anything, if you don't know it, even though if it is simple, you don't know it. How you're going to perform the test. So things to be considered when you're measuring a patient's weight and height. Because remember, if you're going to check the height and the weight, some of the garments, some of the clothing, including shoes, needs to be removed. Accessories, anything that causes weight, needs to be removed. You don't want to add weight from your watch, your wallet, or your bag, or your raincoat, or your winter coat, or any of the kind. So if you have excess of clothing due to weather, changes, well, during that procedure, you need to ask the patient needs to remove excess of weight. First of all, nobody wants to weigh more than, that they actually are. And besides, you don't want to give inaccurate results to the medical doctor. So again, all the measurements and the results needs to be accurate. If you don't know how to do it, then you're going to get errors. Patient is going to be misdiagnosed, or the medical doctor is going to ask you to repeat the test. So again, we do it right the first time, so we don't have to be, wasting time with our patients. So it says right here, weight and measure with or without shoes. Now, this is the thing. Sometimes, you learn techniques, tricks in your workplace, but it's only acceptable under one circumstance. I'm talking about when do you ask the patient to remove the shoes? I will ask my patient to remove the shoes all the time because that's the correct procedure. But sometimes, the patient is not there for weight control. If the patient is in your office because they are following a weight control measurements, now you have to be as accurate as possible. So the clothes needs to be removed. You need to give the patient a gown. The less clothes that you have, the more accurate the results are going to be. But if the patient is not there for weight control, or the problem is not that, then you probably can leave the patient to, to have the shoes for the weight. But then you subtract like a pound or a pound and a half, depends of the size of the shoes, depends on what type of shoes the patient is wearing. So these are things that you can do when something is not critical for the patient. I will recommend you to do everything by the book. So for me, all depends once again. Because some patients, they just come there because they want to go do something else, nothing to do with weight. Then, well, what is the problem with, weighting cells with shoes? And then I just deduct a pound and a half from the shoes. And that's more likely about, correct. Now, if you're going to check the height, you should not keep their shoes because now I need to see how tall you are. The weight, I can do deductions, but for the height, how can you do deductions? So you just don't follow, you just have to follow the protocols. Patient needs to remove their shoes. We don't care about what they have on them. A winter jacket, we're not waiting then. We are checking their height. Every single time that you do these measurements, try to use the same technique for your patients. Because if you change in your techniques, one day you do one thing, at this one you ask them to remove the shoes, the other one you don't, or remove certain garment that they have. No, you have to be consistent, particularly with each patient, because each patient is independent and each patient comes with different issues. So that's basically what it is. So if I were you, I will do everything by the book. Oh, can you please remove your shoes? I'm gonna check your height. Can you please remove your shoes and your winter jacket? Or do you have a wallet? Or do you have, watch? Or do you have anything heavy like, keys on your pockets? Please remove them. You're gonna have patients that they're gonna tell you, oh, you don't need to check my weight. I can tell you what is my weight. That's not how it's done. You have to do it and you have to see it. It's not what the other person is telling you. That doesn't work. Because if something happens to the patient, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna tell? Oh, I just took the measurements that the patient told me. But I'm telling you that is not the right thing to do. So you check the weight, the height, if it was ordered, and you do it correctly, and you give the results to the medical doctor. If you don't do it because the patient doesn't allow you to do it, no worries. Don't enter any numbers. Don't make up numbers Don't take the numbers from your patient. Believe me. Just place there that the patient refused to do the weight, to do the high. Place it there. Patient refuse, patient refuse. And then you tell the medical doctor, oh, I was doing the vital signs and measurements. The patient didn't allow me to do this. Now the medical doctor knows what to do. So the medical doctor is going to order it and is going to say, you're going to do it, and I'm going to check it for you. Sometimes certain measurements and vital signs are crucial to determine what is the status of the patient, what is the health status of the patient, because that's the reason that the patient is there. They have a complaint, they have a problem. We need to get the correct measurements. This is like, doing a blood test. This is like doing a urine test. If you don't give us specimen sample, then how are we going to evaluate you? How are we going to know what is going on with you inside? So this is nothing different. So had to do everything. Always follow the policies of your medical facility. Remember, follow the policies. If they tell you this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do, that's how you're going to do it. Remember, every single time that the patient goes to the office, you don't need to collect all these measurements or all the vital signs. All depends of the condition of the patient, what is the chief complaint, depends on what is the medical conditions of the patient, and policies in your organization. Let me explain it to you. So there are some doctors that they don't want you to do vital signs. You don't have to. You don't have to do measurements. You don't have to. The medical doctor does. So if you don't have to do it, good. If you have to do it, then do it correctly. So that is how it works. Most of the time when you go to the medical doctor for the first time, remember, new patients, they get everything because we're going to get the baseline. We need to know everything about you. What is your height? What is your weight when you got here for the first time? And we're going to do blood. We're going to do urine. Probably depends on the age. We're going to do an EKG. Maybe we're going to do a pap smear. We're going to order it, whatever. So those are baseline tests that we do. Once again, depends on gender, age, because there are some tests that we don't do at a certain age. You have to have certain age in order for us to do certain tests. But vital signs are done all the time. And when we say vital signs, that's not implied that you're going to do pulse, blood pressure, oxygen levels, and respiration rate, pain management. We don't do all that at once. Some of the visits, some of the medical doctors, they just want blood pressure, maybe blood pressure and pulse. Here, I'm going to stress again, check what is the reason that the patient is there. Then is when you know what type of vital signs you're going to do. Oh, I'm coughing. I think that I have the flu. Oh, what is it that I have to do? Respirations. You have to do respirations. You have to do heart rate. You have to do blood pressure. You have to do oxygen levels. See, patient is complaining about problems breathing. So we have to do vital signs. The patient is there because he has other complaints, nothing about respiration, nothing about the respiratory system. Well, then the medical doctor is going to order maybe the most common test, vital signs that we do, pulse and blood pressure. These are very common. Now, once again, in the office, we have this automated, vital signs machine that you just place the blood pressure cuff there and they give you all the results. They give you blood pressure, respiration rate, oxygen levels, and pulse rate. But you have to learn it manually because that's how it works. Because most of the questions are come from the instructions that I'm going to give you to do an accurate vital signs or measurements. So that's basically how it goes. So stay put because we are going to go over all the procedures. So let's talk about adults. Remember the way the way that you wait, kind of funny. Certain procedures for adults differs the technique from infants, children,
Jelani, eating when you get in?
or from some
Need some rice?
adults that has medical conditions.
Okay.
So that's
A
basically
sandwich or
why.
something?
So again,
To make you what?
um, so that's basically what it is. So we're going to talk about this particular topic, which is checking or measuring the adult's weight. Every single time that we do procedure, remember, we're going to follow these standard precautions. We are going to watch our hands. Now, for doing the weight and the height, you can use hand sanitizer. That is not a problem because you're not going to be in contact with body fluids. So that's a different issue. Remember, you need to know when you can use hand sanitizer versus when are you going to wash your hands with soap and water, because those things are important. Remember, using the hand sanitizer is faster, but it's not going to protect you enough if you are dealing with body fluids directly. Here, you're just going to check the weight and the height. You're actually not even having direct contact with the patient. So you can start. Can you wear gloves to do the weight and the height? You don't need gloves. Are you going to clean your hands? You're going to identify, well, you're going to introduce yourself, you're going to greet your patient. All these protocols needs to be routine process. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. My name is Alvaro. I'm the medical assistant. The doctor ordered, this particular measurement. I'm going to be measuring your weight and your height, okay? Why do we tell them that? Because we are waiting for consent. You can't just go do things. You have to let them know. And the consent usually is implied because there is no risk to do height or weight or blood pressure or pulse or checking your temperature. Patient is not going to die because you check your blood pressure or because you do the pulse or the respiration rate, the pulse rate. So these are clear wave tests because they are so simple and there is no risk for the patient. That's why anyone in the medical field can do it. So that's basically what it is. So after identifying the patient, remember, in the medical office, in an ambulatory setting, you're going to ask the patient, hi, may I have your name, please? Full name, date of birth, and then you compare with the order that the medical doctor gave you, or the registration form, or, the medical record, because you need to document this information. One of the first and most important things that you had to do after you identify, you tell the patient what is the procedure all about, because you are getting the consent. I've been saying this so many times because this is the way that the questions are. Why do you tell the patient what you're going to be doing? because you are waiting for consent. You can't just start doing things. No, tell the patient, let you go, let you do it. That means imply consent. They are agree with it. They don't have to say anything. They just go by the flow. So the first thing that you have to do before you start, doing the procedure, you have to check the scale, that the scale needs to be balanced. If you look right there, it is in yellow. It is highlighted because this is a question for the test. So you're the medical assistant, and the medical doctor order you to check the patient weight. So what is the first thing that you're gonna do? The answers are not gonna be you greet the patient, you ask what is the name. No, none of those is gonna be there. They're gonna ask something else. But what is it that you're gonna be doing? You're gonna be checking the patient weight. So you have to balance scale. Later on, we're gonna see how that is done. So according to the lecture sets, all the weights should be at 0. That is balancing it. We're gonna see some pictures or images, so to speak, and short video, because it's a lot easier for you to see the whole process. Have the pointer float freely. So let's move to the machine, because that's basically, or the scale, because that's basically what you need to understand before we actually watch the video. So see, these are the weights. These are the weights for the pounds, and these are weights for, well, kilograms and pounds, but these are from, it goes in long numbers. Like here goes from 0 to 50 pounds. Press it right here, 100 pounds. Here go pound by pound. So that's basically. So this needs to be placed right here. That is placing it in 0. This needs to be drawn back here. Oops. So it needs to be here. So that is being in zeros. Because remember, every single time that we use a piece of equipment, we leave it the way that, the measurements were. No, you have to bring everything back to the normal. Whenever you use a piece of equipment, a device, you put it back to the normal way. Now, this is the arrow. This is the one that has to be balanced. Has to be right here in the middle. Here is this little thing, and then this little arrow has to be in the middle, like floating right there in the middle. But if one of these weights are here, this is gonna go all the way down. This arrow gonna go, so this is gonna fall down here. If you have this one right here and this one right here, down, anyone, or if you put it vice versa, this all the way down and this, then it's gonna go all the way up. So it's not balanced, has to be balanced. So they need to be brought back to 0. That is what it's telling you right here. See, all weights should be at 0, and the pointer of that arrow need to float in the middle. That's what is balanced, right in the middle. So that's basically what it's now, because once again, this is the United States. These measurements are going to be in pounds. Remember, when you finish, everybody who does the procedure needs to bring back, return those weights back to 0. Because that's the reason that you have to put it back to 0, because sometimes whoever else used it before of you use it and you then bring back, that's not good. So you have to kind of put everything back and then start all over again from 0. Then you are going to document whatever weight you got there. So remember, let's look at the scale right here. This scale is in pounds only. So the one that we have at the school is pounds and kilograms. And the video that I'm gonna show you, it is pounds and kilograms. Because you're gonna be seeing that if you don't do it correctly, you can make mistakes. So this line right here is divided like this. The bottom part is black, the upper part is silver. Right here, silver, the bottom part is black. The bottom part are kilograms, the upper part are pounds. Same here. This metric is divided. The bottom part are kilograms and the upper part are kilograms. So don't mistake and, don't do this. Don't make mistakes by, placing these little things, pointing the kilograms when you're supposed to be pointing or measuring pounds, or vice versa. You can easily make mistakes. I will show you when we get back to the school how this is done, because it's very simple. You just need to get familiar with the scale. So if you don't do it right, once again, then we're gonna get inaccurate results, which is not good. Let's talk about the height, because we're gonna watch a video when we're gonna check weight and height. This is the same scale that you're gonna use for the weight and the height. So that's basically what it is. And you do it after the weight. So usually you check the weight first and then you do the height. But if you've been asked only to do the weight, well, that's only you're gonna do. If you've been asked only to check the patient's height, that's exactly what you're gonna do. So things to remember: when you are doing the height, remember the patient has already removed their shoes and anything that it was, for the weight, that's fine. So after the weight, you're gonna ask the patient to, get off of the scale, because you're gonna record that information. Or you can record the information and turn around, ask the patient to turn around, so the patient has to get off. Because when you check the weight, the patient can be looking at the scale. When you're gonna check the height, it's the opposite. You have to look forward, so your back is against the scale. So the patient has to get off from the scale anyways. And you're gonna balance it out, put the weights back, and then you're gonna raise a bar. Because if the patient is standing right there, you're not gonna be able to raise the bar because it's right on the back and the patient is touching the bar on the back. So here it is, just for you to understand. So this is the scales. Remember that you check the weights. Now, let's see if this one right here. And then we go back to the other one. So we're gonna put these weights back to normal. Now, the ruler or the height measurement is here, all the way down. So you're gonna pull it up, all the way up, that is higher than the patient's head, of course. And if the patient is there, you're not gonna be able to do that. How are you gonna raise this bar? So you help the patient to get off from the scale, or ask the patient to get off. Then you ask the patient to go back to the scale, but at this time, the patient is going to be facing forward, and the back is against the ruler on the back. See? And the patient is going to be looking straight forward. So this is right here, the ruler. And this ruler, as you can see, you can bring it down to here. So you can roll it down, and when you need it, then you're gonna put it back, because if you're doing the weight, you don't want this bar to be in between or in the middle of everything else that you're gonna do. So then you raise this, and then you ask the patient to stand up right here. So that's basically what it is. Very simple. At the end of this ruler is gonna be a leveler, and the patient's head needs to be right there. That's it. This is an right angle. This is 90 degrees. So this is the patient, and once again, that's how the ruler needs to be on the top or the apex of the head. When you do this, then you're gonna ask the patient to get off from the scale. If the patient needs assistance, you hold their hands and you help them to, get off from the scale. Then you're gonna go back in the measurement. You're not gonna measure the numbers or the height of the patient is not up here. No, it's not. It is down here. So you have to go all the way down where you pull the ruler up, and you're gonna look right there, and those are the numbers. So that's basically what it is. It looks like it's difficult if you have never done it, but actually it's not. Some of the students that were with me before, we practiced this. We did all this weight and height in one of the scales that we have in the school. And it's very simple. You just need to do it at least once, you're good to go. Because this is a very, very simple test. So that's basically what it is. Okay, so let's watch the video, and you're gonna have a better idea of all the things that I was telling you. So just bear with me. Oh. Okay, got it. Actually, you can go and, online and check it out, or I can send you the links, whatever the case may be, and you just can do that yourself. And watch the videos, and you'll learn how it is. But I'm gonna go over this with you when we get back to school. This is a very, very simple test. Here we go.
All right, guys. So today we're going to be learning how to check height and weight. So first of all, this is a manual scale here. So this is what we're going to do. First of all, we always want to start at 0 just to make sure the scale is balanced. When the scale is on 0 and that arrow is here in the middle, that means that it's balanced. It's not down, it's not up. It's right there in the middle. So you want to always make sure your scale is balanced and at 0 before you even check your patient's weight. So I'm going to go ahead and check my patient's weight. First of all, have my patient remove her shoes, anything out of her pockets. You can go ahead and step up. So my patient has already removed her shoes. And also you want to instruct them to remove their anything out of their pockets, keys, or anything like that, because we don't want to add any more weight, okay? So she's removed her jacket, she took her shoes off and everything. Now we're going to go ahead and check her weight. Now, couple different ways we can start. Before we even start, let's look at how to read the scale. So this silver part up here, these are the pounds. The black is the kilograms. Same for the bottom bar. Silver is pounds, black is kilograms. We're not even going to worry about the kilograms. We're only reading pounds, okay? So, couple different ways we can start. Sometimes your patient will tell you, oh, I'm this weight. You can go ahead and start there. You can already start at the 150 or whatever. So you can automatically just put it on 150, or you might can estimate. The more you do weight, you can kind of estimate your patient's weight. So I'm going to estimate that my patient is at least 150. Now, you want to make sure that that arrow is pointed to the 150. There are different little grooves there, and sometimes people make the mistake of putting it on the wrong groove. So if I put it here, that means I'm on 100. Okay, so just be careful to make sure you're on what you want it on. So that's 150. So I'm going to move my lever here, and because this weight here is because the arrow has gone down, I know that this is too much. So I need to move my lever down a little bit more, because the goal is to get it here in the middle. Okay, we want it here. That's how we know we have the act.
Can you see the video?
It's stuck in one place.
Hello?
The video is frozen.
I
Okay,
pause it.
so I'm going to move this down some more, and as I'm moving it down, I'm watching this. And as we can see here, it's balanced. That arrow is balanced right in the middle. So now I'm simply adding the bottom to the top, okay? So this is 150. Now let's look at this. This is 157. How is this 157? Because this is the 6 here. This is the 6 here. That's the 8, right? That bold line there is the 7. So that's 157. Now, if we want to get very technical, we can say, we can read those lines in between. So we can say 157, and that first little line is 1/4. That middle line is 1/2. That third line is 3/4. So depending on your provider, they may want you to get specific, or they may be okay with you simply saying 157. Okay, so this is how you read it. Let's just say the patient was here. That will be 182. You're simply adding the top to the bottom. Let's say we were here at 200 and your patient ended up here. That will be 217, right? So we're simply adding the bottom to the top, okay? So now we're gonna check her height. Okay, so for height, we're gonna have her step up with her back towards the scale. So I'm gonna pull this up before she steps on. And then I'm gonna have her, stand straight up and look straight ahead, okay? So when we're placing this beam on her head, we're not pressing it down. We don't want to press into her head. We're simply lowering it, and we're just going to lower it to sit right on top of her head, okay? So it's sitting right there. Notice it's straight. We don't want it like this. We don't want it like that, right? We want it sitting straight on her head. Once you get that step straight on your patient's head, you're going to have your patient to step down. Can you step down for me, ma'am? When they step down, just hold on to this because it may try to fall. Now, when we're reading this, some people make the mistake of looking up here. We're not reading from here, okay? We're reading from right here, all right? We're not reading this side. This is the centimeter side. We're only reading the inches, okay? The feet in inches. So this patient here is 5'1". She's a little over 5'1", okay? So this is where you're reading from, right? Have your patient step down, you read from here. Now suppose she was here, that would be 5'8". If she was here, she would be 5'8½". Okay, so this is simply how you read it. We're only looking on the right side of the ruler, not the left side, okay? And then, of course, you will record your patient's weight and height in the medical record.
Okay. So very simple. Once again, we're going to do this when we go back to the school during phlebotomy and EKG. This is like 2 minutes, 3 minutes procedure. This is nothing fancy. So we're going to do some of the stuff done. We're not able to do here. We're going to do it when we go back. We're going to have plenty of time to do all the practicals during phlebotomy, EKG, and professional development. So that's basically what it is. You're not going to live without learning how to do any of these measurements or to do vital signs. You need to know how to do it because this is the more basic tests or evaluations that you're going to be asked to do. And you're going to do it regardless of where you're going to go. At least you're going to do one of those vital signs. Remember, some of the medical offices might have an automated, vital signs machine, but you need to know values. How do you get them? And some of them might not. So you have to do vital signs manually using, the equipment that, they're going to supply to you. So you need to do everything manually, even though they're going to have some automated devices. Because when you do it manually, you know exactly what's going on. And not only that, you're going to get the answers for your exam. If I tell you, oh, vital signs, the medical doctor is going to have a machine right there, so you don't have to worry about it. Well, guess what? You should, because if you don't learn how to do it, then you're not going to get all the questions for your exam. So you will miss most of the clinical parts. So not good, right? Okay, so that was weight and height for adults. Remember, adults are totally different. Oh, something is. Okay, any questions about weight and height? Now, once again, you're gonna practice, you're gonna do it. So you're actually gonna learn a lot better. And when you do it, you're gonna remember then the steps. You're gonna remember how it's done. So when you see the questions, you know how to do it. Measuring the infants and children. Now we're gonna check for infants head circumference, chest circumference, the weight, and the height. Because these are, very little kids sometimes they cannot stand up on the scale by themselves. So now we need to lay them down, right? And use a device or use a tape measurement to check their height or, place them on a digital scale if they are little kids, but you need to know how to do it. So that's basically what it is. So every single time that the kids are brought to the pediatrician, they do all this. So if you work with the pediatrician, you have to do this because we keep control of height and weight for the little kids because they are in the process of growing. So that's basically what it is. So we need to do this because they follow a growth chart for these kids. These growth charts are done depending on the age of the patient. So that's basically what it is. And we need to have it. That is no question. Working with a pediatrician is a lot different than working just with an internal medicine or a general medical practitioner. So once again, the results needs to be accurate. There is no question, because other than that, we are going to have issues. See, it is so important to check the weight of the children, of the little kids, because sometimes we are going to medicate them. And medications are based on weight. Oh, did I say weight? Questions for exam. When we get to the phlebotomy class, when we collect blood, how much blood we're going to remove from the child depends on the weight and the age of the child. When we give medications, depends on the age and how much the patient weighs. That's how we calculate medications. So it's very important for us to understand all these measurements and vital signs, because if we don't collect them accurately, then the medical doctor is going to have troubles? Probably giving a medication that is more than the patient should be taking or less. None of those is okay. So that's basically how it works. So we have to be very careful. So the height and the weight needs to be taken every visit. For the adults, it's not like that. For the adults, we check only when every complete physical exam, the first time that you join the clinic as a new patient, we get all the vital signs and measurements. Every year when you get your complete physical exam, or once again, if we are doing a weight management, then we do this. Other than that, usually we don't have to check weight and height all the time and regular visits. But for the little kids, we have to do it every single time they come to the office. So that's basically what it is. You don't have to determine any proper growth rate. That's not how it works. That's the job of the pediatrician. The only thing that you have to do is check the weight and the height. That is it. No more. That's all you have to do. Then the medical doctor, you give this information, they're gonna deal with the growth of the child. If the child is growing normally by their age, whatever, or the height, if they are, their height are relative to, the age, based on a lot of factors, because it has to do with, your heredity. If your parents are short, don't expect that the child is going to be tall, and so on and so forth. So they have their measurements, so that's not your job. If the child is old enough and it can stand, then we are going to measure them just like we do for adults, but with a different scale because they are little, right? But they're going to be standing instead of placing them on a table or on a scale. So that's basically what it is. So it's very simple. So how do we measure an infant's weight? Well, we're going to follow all the standard precautions first, once again. And we're going to use a pediatric scale. Remember, this is an infant. What we're going to do with an adult scale, it's not, it's not how it works. We're going to see the video and you're going to see. Has to be balanced, whether it's for adults or a children or a child, needs to be balanced. The scale always needs to be balanced in zero. If it is digital, zeros. If it is manual, then all the weights needs to be in zero. Now, as a difference of, checking the weight for adults, we don't use a drape. We don't cover the scale. This time, we don't cover the scale because the child needs to be disrupted completely. So the child needs to be disrobed. All the clothes, including the Pampers, need to be removed. So we're going to place a blanket underneath or a blue shock, which is, this paper that covers the scale. And we're going to place them on the pediatric scale. That's basically what it is. We're going to weight it. And you have to be careful. Usually the parents are there. So the parents are on the other side of the table and you in this side because you're the one who's doing the measurements. Why? Because you have to be very careful that the child is not going to fall off from the scale. So we're not going to be touching the child, but we're going to be there just in case the child moves and falls off the scale. So you have to be very careful. Then you're going to record the weight on the medical records or whatever else you use to get this information. And then inside, you're going to go to the computer, whatever the case may be. Sometimes we just draw it in a paper, and then we go to the computer, and then we get the results, or the paper table that is there. Whatever the case may be, you're gonna get information. That is basically what you're gonna do. It's not difficult. Once again, you just have to be very careful. And once again, remember, the parents are gonna be there. So when the patient brings the child, you have to greet the parents. You have to be very nice with them, because these people sometimes get under your skin. They are very demanding, particularly when the child is kind of sick. They're gonna tell you what to do, what not to do. Oh, what do you need to remove the clothes? Why don't you leave this? So don't argue with them. That's why you explain the procedure. To get accurate results, we need to remove everything. Other than that, we're not gonna know whether the child is gaining or losing weight, but based on his or her age. Those are the things that you have to tell the parents, because sometimes the guardians are a pain telling you. So that's basically what it is. So let's watch a video so you can see how it's done. Of course, we have more stuff like measuring the infant's height. So we're gonna go first for this one, and then we're gonna do the other one. Oh my gosh, what is this? Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm doing too fast. Okay, so let's watch these videos to have an idea how the weight is measured. Okay.
Rice Lake Weighing Systems carries several models of pediatric scales for all infant and baby weighing needs. Options include digital scales equipped with motion trap movement compensation technology and classic mechanical scales. Motion trap technology provides a steady, accurate weight reading for even the most active babies. A built-in measuring tape is also incorporated in all models for added convenience. Proper scale care and cleaning is essential to ensure a long life of effective operation. Baby scales are typically easy to clean with a removable tray to simplify the cleaning process. Before cleaning, always disconnect the scale from its power source. Use a damp cloth or tissue to clean all external surfaces. Mild soap and water may be used, however, isopropyl alcohol should not be used as it may damage the display surface. Dry with a clean, soft cloth and perform a quick inspection to see if any cracks or other problems can be detected. Inform the clinical engineering department if any issues are detected so they can assess the product and determine any actions that need to be taken. Parts can and should be replaced when needed. All Rice Lake and most other digital medical scales feature units of measure locking, which prevents the operator from unknowingly switching the scale between kilograms and pounds or vice versa. This essential safety feature helps prevent dosing errors due to calculations based on incorrect units of measure. Front panel display keys include tare and recall. Tare is used to subtract the weight of additional items, such as a pad or blanket, from the scale to pinpoint only the weight of the patient. Recall displays the last weight measurement. This enables a baby to be placed on the scale, quickly removed, and then have its weight recalled for charting. Make sure the scale is placed on a sturdy, level surface. The scale should not be placed beneath heating or cooling vents or areas with environmental vibration. A child should never be left unattended on a scale. Be sure to use the proper scale for the age and weight of the child. Never place an infant on a stand-on scale or other scale not designed for infants. When appropriate, use a four-sided cradle design for the smallest, most vulnerable patients. Avoid touching the baby or infant while the weight is being captured, as additional pressure on the scale will influence the weighment's accuracy. If the patient has oxygen lines or other monitoring equipment, support the lines with one hand and press the reweigh key to obtain the most accurate weight. Rice Lake Weighing System sets a high standard in medical weighing equipment.
Okay, so that was more than I was expecting. So that's basically what it is, how to weigh the little child. Now, if you see over there, technology again, for the child, it was with the bumpers on, because the machine, you can deduct the weight of the pampers. But once again, for the exams, you remove all the clothes from the child, including the pampers, remember. So those are heavy. If the child has pee or poo in the pampers, can you imagine how heavy it's gonna be? Well, that's not gonna give us an accurate measurement for the child. So again, we're just gonna do the right thing. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so we are going to continue now with the height of the patient. This is for infants. Remember, we did the adults already. So that's basically what it is. So for the height of the child, we're going to do something similar like we did for the weight. So there are different techniques, different devices that you can use, or you can improvise one by just, drawing a line with the pen where the feet is R, with the apex of the head is up. So we have to kind of stretch the little baby, because remember, the little kids, they usually have the knees bended. So we kind of straighten them up and we mark one foot. It doesn't need to be both. One of them is good enough. Once again, we're going to need assistance, because someone is going to be holding the knees of the child down and holding the head so they're not moving constantly. So we can draw a line, or we can use a headboard. So either or, that's how it works. So again, there is a headboard in some situations, some others we don't have it. So we just draw a line right there by the vertex of the head, and when we stretch the legs of the child, where the foot is at. So, and then we have a tape measurement, and we measure. So that's basically what it is. It's very simple. It's just that if you haven't done it, sometimes it creates a little complication for it. So we're gonna watch another video right here to see how it's done, because once again, it's not difficult. It seems like you have a lot of steps, but when you're doing it, it's not. It's just simple. You're just gonna place the patient laying on a supine position. Remember, the patient is on his or her back, and then someone is going to be helping you, because it's a child. You need to keep an eye on it. Remember, you cannot leave a child unattended. You have to have all your equipment right there if you're working by yourself. But most of the time, we have family members, or the caretakers, or mother, the father, the older sister, whoever else is there, or another assistant, or a nurse, and you assisting them to do this. So that's basically how it works. Because remember, if you leave the child unattended, they can fall off and they can kill themselves or break something. Now you're in trouble. So that's something that you don't want to do. Okay, so let's watch this. Okay, here it is.
Hey everyone, so we're going to learn today how to measure the head circumference, the length, and the weight of an infant for their well child checks. So first, you want to make sure, I'm pretty sure this baby is just in a diaper. And for weighing purposes, you want to make sure you take the baby down to the diaper. But before we weigh this guy, we are going to measure him. And we start with the head circumference.
Okay, it's gonna be
By
giving you
taking
some
the measuring
advance.
tape. And whether or not your provider prefers inches or centimeters, typically the tapes will have both options, one on one side and one on the other. And so you want to make sure when you are measuring that you are measuring around the largest portion of the infant's head. Also too, you want to make sure that you are supporting the baby's head entirely as well as their neck when you are lifting to get the band around. So we're going to bring the band around, lay their little head back down, pull this up and around, and we can see that this baby, oh, I might have him twisted. Nope, we're good. So that this baby's head circumference is about 36.5. You can kind of see there, about 36.5 centimeters. So it starts there. So I like to, just so that I don't forget measurements, I usually will write their measurements on the side of the table paper. And then next, you want to do their length, and so you want to go from the top of their head. Now, this is a little bit easier to do when the baby is not squirming and crying. It's a little bit more difficult to do when the baby is crying and fussing. But what you need to do is try to go from the top of the head and make a mark up there. And then you want to try to stretch the baby's leg, one leg, all the way out as much as possible. Now this little guy, our little model here, his leg isn't going to stretch all the way out, but as far as possible. And then make another mark. And then you can hand the baby back to the baby's mom. Yeah. And get your baby.
Here's my toe.
Hold on to that one. And after that, the easiest way to do this is to line up your tape from the head mark, which was up here, the top of the head, and the bottom of the foot, which was down here. And we see that the baby ends up measuring about 48 centimeters, close to 48 centimeters. Maybe just a hair under. So it's 48 centimeters for height. Head circumference of 36.5 centimeters. So I'll come back to those when I go to plot the baby's growth on the chart, which you'll see in another video. Okay, so Mom, I need to have the baby so that I can weigh him.
Undress.
Yes. So you want to make sure that you're weighing the baby in a diaper, and it's really important to remember that you zero out the scale so that it starts with complete zeros. Most of the time that automatically happens, but always it's important to remember to double check. And then have the mom place the baby, or the dad place the baby carefully into the scale. And then we'll wait and let the scale do its magic. So this baby is 2 pounds, 11.5 ounces. It's a tiny guy. Not bad for plastic though.
Yeah.
So that is pretty much the gist of it for measuring. Most infant scales are, again, 2 pounds, 11.5 ounces. So most infant scales are electronic now. There are manual scales that you may have to balance out and read manually. And if that's the case, then you would need to make sure that you use the counterbalances appropriately there, and have the mom hold the baby up until you've got the scale balanced out and to a zero state before you can put the baby in. But thankfully we have digital, and that makes things a lot easier. So
Okay, too much information, I guess. All right, so just for you to have an idea, well, when check the head circumference that we haven't covered yet, but I will give you different tips for that because that will be asked on your exam. I'm gonna go over those things because there was no video by itself for the head circumference, for the weight and the height, I believe. There was another one right here, I don't know. Okay, so we have an idea how is it. This is a little different, I guess. Let's see this video because kind of gather some videos that, different techniques. So
Haz esto hasta el
no con
primero de febrero. El 6 de enero comenzamos un desafío de 4 semanas de entrenamientos.
This is an infantometer used to measure the length in children. And we measure length in children less than 2 years of age and height in children more than 2 years. This is the mobile part and this is the fixed part of the infantometer. And this side has readings in inches from above downwards. And the other side has readings in centimeters. We use pink line if the infant's length is more than 48 centimeters. Now look at the parts of infantometer. Now I will demonstrate how to measure the length of the baby using infantometer. Place the head end of the baby towards the fixed part of infantometer and ask the parent to support the head. And then the foot end towards the mobile part. If the baby's length is more than 48 centimeters, we move the mobile part, and while measuring, extend the knees of the baby as much as possible gently and fix the footboard. Then remove the baby and look at the readings on pink line. Here the length of the baby is 51 centimeters, which is normal in newborn.
Okay, so that was a lot easier. See, that's how it should be. Because most of the time we have some kind of, headboard that we can check the measurements of the child to make it a lot easier versus just doing manually, marking on the table paper and things like that. That's not going to be accurate enough. So that's the reason that I have kind of 2 little videos right there for you to have an idea how it works. Okay. Any questions about whatever we have covered right now? The weight for adults, height for adults, the children's weight, height. Now we're going to move to the head and the chest circumference. Now, here you're going to have questions for your exam, particularly with the head circumference. So when we watched the video before, they didn't kind of tell us exactly where should you place the tape measurements on the patient's forehead. Now we're going to go over that. So that's basically what it is. So it is very important that we have this. Remember, we need the infant's weight, height, and head circumferences. Now, the chest circumferences usually is not, required. But if for any reason, the medical provider wants you to do it, you're going to learn how to do it. It's very simple. So what is it that you are going to do for these measurements? Do not worry about the size of the head of the child at birth, at 1 year, 6 months. You will not be asked any of these measurements because that is not you. That will be asked medical doctors, probably nurse practitioners, nurses, pediatric nurses, they're gonna ask these things because they are more, you know, the level of, you know, of the program is more detailed. So that's basically what it is. So do not worry about any of this information by now. So learn how you are going to position the tape to get the most accurate measurement. So here it is for the head circumference. Remember, it is highlighted. You're gonna position the tape measure around the infant's head. But where exactly? Right above the ears on the side and the eyebrows. So that's basically what it is. So the tape gotta go right above the eyebrows, all the way down, almost behind, you know, kind of above the ears. So it has to be in the same direction as the eyebrows. That is how you're gonna be checking that. Very simple. So we're gonna see it again, but this time a little more, well, with more precision of doing this, because now this is the only time that you work with the pediatrician or with a family practice that they see and oh, okay. So this is it. Okay.
You're registered nurse RN.com, and in this video I'm going to demonstrate how to measure the head circumference of an infant, and of course perform hand hygiene before beginning. To measure head circumference, you're going to need a measuring tape, and you want one that measures in centimeters. Now, a normal head circumference in an infant is about 33 to 38 centimeters, and what we want to do is we want to place the tape measure around the largest diameter of the head. So to do that, we're going to place it a little bit above the eyebrows, and then we're going to wrap that around and place it around the most prominent part at the back of the head. So let's do that. So gently just lift the head up and put the measuring tape behind it. And then pull your measuring tape around, move his head a little bit. And let's see what we get. And his head circumference is about 37 centimeters. Okay, so that wraps up this video on how to measure head circumference.
See, very simple.
Hey everyone, it's Nurse Sarah, and in this
so it was straightforward. You don't have to go through a lot of stuff right there. But once again, it will be kind of better if you have someone assisting you, because the child, you know, these babies tends to move a lot. So that's basically how it is. Oh, all right. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation? Can you guys see the PowerPoint presentation or not?
No.
Okay, so then I totally change it. Thank you. Because now you can see it. Okay, so there was another way to do it, but it didn't work. Now we're gonna do the chest circumference. Now chest circumference, once again, is not common. So most of the time, depends on the condition of the child, then we're gonna measure the chest. Other than that, usually we don't. Okay, but the head circumference, we're gonna do it all the time. Weight, height, head circumference, that's gonna be every single visit for the patient. Remember that the tape measure is gonna be placed above the eyebrows. That is the answer for your questions when you're taking the national certification for medical assistants. So you have, you as a medical assistant, you're being asked by the medical doctor to check the head circumference. What exactly you're going to be placing the tape measure? So then you said above the eyebrows. That's it. The forehead side above the eyebrows. That's the answer. Don't look for anything else. It's the only answer. Above the eyebrows, that is it. Now, the chest. To do the chest, we are going to place the tape measurements above the nipples. So right almost touching the nipples, a little above the nipples, and that line, you're going to place it. So that's basically what it is. Just make sure that you have the tape measurement, because if you don't have it, then it's going to be a problem, right? So basically, that's how it is. So you have to have all your equipment, all your supplies ready whenever you're gonna do something. Okay. Once again, it's a little go back and forth here too.
Okay, Sarah'sRegisterNurseRN.com, and in this video I'm going to demonstrate how to measure chest circumference in an infant, and of course perform hand hygiene before beginning. To measure chest circumference, you want to get your measuring tape. Again, you'll be measuring this in centimeters, and you're going to take it and use the nipple line as your guide. So you're going to wrap it around there and then measure it. And his is about 36, and this should be about 1 to 2 centimeters less than what the head circumference was. Okay, so that wraps up this video on how to measure.
Very simple. You see, just going to the point. That's exactly what you're gonna do when you're working. Of course, when you get there, the parents have to undress the child. You have to tell them that, or you cannot do it above, over their clothes. And someone has to be helping you out sometimes, because the child tends to move a lot and you have to wash your hands and blah, blah, blah. You don't have to wear gloves for this procedure, but if you want to do it, that's up to you. Not a problem, because you're going to be touching the little baby. But it's not required. See, very, very simple. Some of the other videos, they just give you a lot of information. Some of them is important to have most of the information. For this one, they just straightforward. So that's it. So remember, for the head circumference, we're going to use above the eyebrows. For the chest circumference, right, lining up with the nipples of the child. That is it. Now we're going to go to vital signs. Remember, those were measurements. Now we're going to talk about vital signs. Remember, vital means live. So we're going to know if the patient is, the status of their health is good or not. If the temperature is too high or is normal, within normal ranges. Whether the pulse is high or low, below or above normal ranges, respirations, blood pressure, and pain, remember. So we have 5 vital signs. Here we don't see weight and height. Why? Because those are measurements. So remember, that's what I was telling you before. When you get a question, they're going to ask you, which of the following is not? Read it correctly. That's what I give you questions like that. Which one is not? Sometimes you don't read the part is not. You just go for the thing that you think you know. And then you get the right question because you think, oh, they're asking me about this. No, they're saying that that. This is not part of the vital signs. So temperature is vital signs, pulse is vital signs, respirations are vital signs, blood pressure is part of the vital signs, pain is vital sign. Oops. So this is 5 vital signs. Height and weight, head circumference, these are measurements. So that's basically what it is. So this is very important, once again, to get all these evaluations or tests accurate, because if you don't, then we're going to have a little trouble. So we're going to go over all these vital signs during this chapter. And when we go back to the school, believe me, we're going to have some time during phlebotomy and EKG and professional development. And I'm going to squeeze all these vital signs, because the only vital signs right here that really takes a little time for you to learn is blood pressure. This is the only one. This is the one that we're going to spend a couple of days. Anything else, you can learn it in 5 minutes. Just like the head circumference, the chest circumference, the height, the weight. Very, very basic, very simple. Blood pressure requires a little more. Why? Because you need to get familiar with the heart sounds, because you're going to use a stethoscope. And remember that the stethoscope is the instrument that you're going to use to listen to the sounds. And you are not used to, well, for those who are not used to. Some of the students in this class to do it. Some of them, they are working in something related with medical. They have done this before. But then we once again for the purpose of the exam. For those who have not done this or have no idea, never done it before, no problem. We're going to learn it. But the only one that is going to take a little more, because it's a little more complex. That is basically what it is. Everything else, very simple, particularly because, you know, the ones that we're going to do manually is pulse, respiration, blood pressure. So temperature, you have devices that you're going to use to check the temperature. Not to mention that we have an automated machine that does almost everything. Well, pain, we have to ask the patient. But everything else can be captured using that. But you need to know how to do it manually, just in case you start working with the doctor that does not have this automated vital signs machine. Remember, this machine is about $5,000 to $10,000. Some medical doctors, they don't want to buy it. They want you as the medical assistant to do it, or the medical provider do it themselves. So that's how it works. I'm telling you because I know these medical doctors' offices. Hospitals usually have almost everything. Now, I'm not saying that every single medical doctor don't have it. No, some of them, they have it. But some of the doctors, they don't. So you got to get used to. So that's what you have to learn from scratch, the basics, manual. Whatever has to be manual, we're going to do a manual. Whatever requires a device, a machine, well, we're going to rely on that. So that's basically how it is. But if you know how to do it manually, when you get this machine, at least you know how to document the information that you're going to be seeing there. Other than that, you're going to be kind of lost. So that's basically what it is. This is like just like anything else. If you haven't seen it, you haven't done it before, it's going to be like kind of, you know, foreign for you. Like, you know, you need to see it, you need to do it. Now you can do it. So that's basically what it is. Remember, measurements and vital signs provides very important information for the medical practitioner to determine what is the diagnosis, whether the patient is in normal status of health or the patient has something serious or not that serious that needs to be treated. So that's basically what it is. So accuracy is the utmost when we're doing vital signs or measurements. So that's basically what it is. So let's start with temperature. Let's talk about temperature. When I'm in practicals, I start with pain because, well, how do you do pain? Oh, it's very easy asking the patient scale 1 to 10 to tell you how bad is their pain, being 1, very mild pain, and 10, very serious or excruciating pain. And then you write down the number that the patient gives you between, 0 to 10. So that's basically what it is. But here we're going to start with temperature. Why? Because there are different techniques and routes to check temperature. So that's basically what it is. Very important. Now, how do you know that you have to check temperature for the patient? You don't check temperature for the patient just because the patient just comes here. No. One of the reasons that you have to check temperature for the patient is because the patient is complaining about fever. Or the patient said, I'm very cold, I'm kind of shivering. Or I think that I have fever. Or they said, I have fever, I check it out. So I'm going to use the methodology that it is more suitable for the patient based age and medical conditions. So that's basically what it is. So these are the most common routes of checking temperature. Oral temperature. Oral temperature is the most common route to check temperature. You heard me, right? What is the most common route to check temperature? Oral temperature, meaning by mouth. We have rectal temperature. Well, rectal temperature is through the rectum, of course. Now, rectal temperature is the most accurate temperature. If we really want to get the most accurate temperature from the patient, when the patient is sick and is presenting fever, rectal temperature is the most accurate. So be careful, do not mix them up, do not mix the most common route to check temperature, which is by mouth or oral, versus rectal temperature, that is the most accurate results. We will talk about that when we start talking about each of them. Why is the most common? Why is the most accurate? We're going to discuss it when we get to each one of these routes of temperature. We're just mentioning them. Axillary. Axillary means under the armpit. So armpit, axilla, right here, under the arm or armpit. That's basically what it is. This is the least accurate temperature. We cannot rely too much on it. This is very important because these are questions for exam. Which is the most common route for temperature? Oral. Which is the most accurate route for checking temperature? Rectal. What is the least accurate route for checking temperature? Axillary. Tympanic. Tympanic means right there by the ear canal. Very common. It is accurate. It is really good, but it's the most common route, methodology, technique for children. We can do it in adults, yes, but for children is the most common. Why? Because for children, we don't put anything in their mouths because they bite them and they move in and they're not keeping it under the tongue. So think about it. So we have explanations why. So tympanic is mostly done for children. Well, we're talking about the little kids, right? So that's basically what it is. What about skin? Well, nowadays, remember after the pandemic and before that, we have some tape measurements that we place on temperature made of, tape that you just place it on the forehead. And due to the heat of, the skin coming through the forehead, is going to change certain colors right there on that little thermometer that is placed right there to sun sensitive chemicals. So it's going to change the color. And now you're going to see the temperature right there. Very simple. There are these possible devices that we use to check temperature and different routes as well. Some of them are reusable. Some of them might be disposable. So that's basically what it is. We're going to mention this again about the most common, the most accurate, the least accurate, the one that is more commonly for, checking temperature for children. Because remember, these are questions for exam. Because that's basically what we care about. We should, think about that all the time. If we don't do it that way, then, if we don't learn the right way, then we're going to miss the questions too. Because if you remember the answer to the questions, you're going to remember the procedure, the technique when you have to do it. So that's basically how it works. So let's talk about different factors that affects body temperature. Here we're going to give explanations why oral temperature is not the most accurate. Time of the day. See, there are different times in the day where the temperature in our body is higher than other times. So in the morning, the temperature is very fresh, kind of, not talking about winter time. I'm talking about just at any time. In the morning, everything is kind of, less heat. Versus the afternoon and evening, that, the sun, rises and then goes down, but our body, temperature due to the environment is going to be hotter. Health status. Of course, if you have a medical condition, or if you are pregnant, or if you are upset, all those things changes the temperature in your mouth. Can you imagine? So you're not going to ask your patients every single time that they come to the office, are you upset? Are you stressed out? Are you pregnant? To know the temperature? No, this is just general information for you to understand and take it in consideration. Now, here is an explanation why you should not tell the patient, wow, you have fever. Wow, your temperature is so high. What's going on? Well, the patient is upset. Is he sick? No. Patient is stressed out. Is it sick? No. But now you're telling them that the temperature is high, so the patient doesn't understand. So the first thing that thinks, I'm sick. And then they're going to go with a different mentality when the doctors start evaluating them. So I'm sick, I have fever, the medical assistant, the nurse checked my temperature, told me that my temperature is very high, so that I'm sick. Right there. Now, you're putting yourself in trouble. Remember, I cannot stress enough. You know how many people I fire for this? You're not going to know because I lost count. Because it gets you in trouble. They get the medical doctors in trouble because now I'm not going to focus on dealing with the problem that you have. And now I have to explain your temperature because you messed it up. So remember, sometimes we get in trouble because we just don't keep our mouth shut. It sounds kind of real logic. Oh yeah, the machine is saying that, but it doesn't mean anything. Not for you. Remember, it's the doctor who has to determine what is it, what's going on with the patient, because it's the person who's going to interview the patient. So for that reason, we don't tell them anything about vital signs. If I'm very upset, if I'm angry, my blood pressure is going to be high. My pulse is going to be high. My respiratory rate is going to be high. That means that I'm sick, that they have to give me medication? No. So be careful. Medications. Medications also can change your body temperature. Some of them can increase your temperature. We're not going to go about what medications increases your temperature, which one decrease. No, because that's not what it is. But there are some things that you have to take in consideration. And the reason why is for you not to tell the patient any results about anything or make any extra comments, because that's going to get you in some type of trouble. So that's basically what it is. Recent activities. This is very important because when the patient comes into your office, patient is walking. Patient do not live right there at the medical office. Patient lives across the street. Patient lives 2 miles from the office. They have to take the train. They have to walk. Public transportation. Who knows how they get there? So they are walking, they are moving. So activity changes our temperature. Other things, eating. If you have eaten something, what would you be showing there? Moving your mouth, your tongue, by showing, well, your mouth is going to become warmer than normal. Chewing gum. If you chew gum, that actually causes your temperature to be higher than normal, but you're not sick. Drinks. See, you have a hot coffee. In the morning, you were walking to the office, you didn't have time to have it at home, so you pick up your ticket and drink, right? So now you drink coffee, and it's very hot, or juice that is cold. That is going to affect the temperature. Now you are understanding why oral temperature is not the most accurate, it's the most common because it's the easiest one for adults, of course, and older children. But because see, if I'm talking too much, my mouth is warmer than if I wasn't talking. So that is how it works. Age. Older patients have lower temperature. So if you are checking the temperature of someone who's 60, 65, 70, and it goes kind of below what's considered the standards or the ranges, don't say anything. Let the master speak, the boss, the doctor. They will decide what to do. Because once again, at certain age, people feel more cold. They are becoming more cold. Hemoglobin levels are lower. Most of the organs are not working properly. So actually, their body temperature, this is by nature. So one of the things that you have to consider when you patient comes in is do not check vital signs immediately. Do not. You can do measurements, no vital signs. Let the patient rest 10 to 15 minutes after they arrive. So sometimes you want to be very efficient, so to speak. Don't. So as soon as the patient walks in, I'm going to do all these vital signs right away so I can have a break, so I don't have to be bombarded with all these patients. No, because the vital signs are going to be inaccurate. Wait 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Then said, oh, I'm here to see the doctor. Sure, not a problem. Okay, can you sign your name right there? And you ask whatever pertaining questions and information have changed. Your phone number is still the same. Your address still even in the same place. Yeah. Everything is okay. Okay, no problem. Please have a seat in the waiting area. We call you later, okay? When the doctor gets available, call you. And then you call them to do vital signs. But that's going to be 10 to 15 minutes later because you're going to wait until if they ate something, their mouth goes back to almost normal temperature. If you did exercise, the same, your pulse, your blood pressure, and your temperature and your respiratory rate are going to go back to normal. So think about it. Besides that, you have to ask the patient, do you happen to smoke within the past 10 to 30 minutes? Smoking also causes your mouth to be warmer. And we have to ask things. Because the patient is not complaining about fever. Now I encounter that the patient has high temperature. In the following chapter and the following slides, we're going to see what's considered normal temperature. Normal oral temperature, normal rectal temperature, axillary temperature, and the tympanic temperature. So that's basically what it is, because we're going to learn what are the normal values. And we're not going to deviate from that. But there are a lot of things that we have to take in consideration when the patient comes to our office. So being efficient is not just taking the patient right away and doing all these things because you're missing something right there. Remember, pay attention to all this because these are questions for exam. They throw questions right there. And that's what I'm being going over all these things and I'm telling you, kind of give you scenarios. So when you listen to me and when you see the questions, you're going to see, oh, yeah, the professor mentioned this. Because as soon as you see the answers, you are going to, kind of retrieve that information and try to put it together. Okay, so 7:06. Wow, time is running. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back once again, 7:40. And when we return, well, we're going to continue with this chapter, okay? All right, so enjoy your break. See you 7:40, okay? Enjoy.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we are back. I hope you guys enjoy your break. Thank you. So we're going to continue with these vital signs once again, working with temperature. So I hope you guys kind of retain some of the information because it's going to be very important, not because of the exam, but because you're going to be doing it, particularly vital signs, very interesting things to do. Okay. So here we were talking about these factors that affects body temperature. Remember, keep it in mind because every single time that your patient comes to your office, before you do vital signs, once again, have them rest at least for 10 to 15 minutes, and then you do the vital signs. Other than that, you're gonna have inaccurate results. So the medical doctor probably is gonna be misled to think that the patient has a medical condition when actually they don't. So that's basically how it works. So just pay attention. These are very simple, basic things, but sometimes we kind of disregard them. So it's very important thing that you keep it in mind every single time. So let's talk about these normal ranges of temperature depending on the route that you use. So again, oral means mouth, remember? So it says right here, the average body temperature ranges. Almost every single measurement has a range, what is considered normal, particularly for temperature. So we're gonna have oral temperature. Oral temperature is considered normal if it is in between 97.6 to 99.6. Remember, these are Fahrenheit degrees. So if you have your patient that you check the temperature and they have 99.6, they don't have high temperature. Think about this. So the average temperature in between 96 is 9.6. Some of the times you're gonna see right here 98. Oh my God, what's going on with this? 98.6 Fahrenheit. So that's basically what it is. So this is the average in between 97 and 99.6. So this is the desirable temperature. But still, if you are in between 97.6 and 99.6, you're good. Now, if you are below 97, now you're in trouble. If you are above 100.01, that your temperature is different. Because you're gonna see that if you take the rectal temperature, remember, which is the most accurate, the values changes a little bit. So here you have ranges in Fahrenheit and centigrades. So please pay attention to this because it's gonna be a question for your exam when they're gonna ask you 37 is equal to what? So it's equal to 99.6. So that's basically what it is. So you kind of, round out, but no worries. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But the most important thing is to know that oral temperature is between 97.6 and 99.6. Pay attention to the numbers because Each of them is gonna have one above or below. Think about it. So we use oral as the main one. And it's 97.6 to 99.6. But for the rectal temperature, 98.6, 100.6. So if I check the temperature of my patient is 100.6, I'm not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna say, oh, you have high temperature. No, it's normal. Why? Because the rectum is a compartment that is closed. It's not like the mouth. We are, the environment changed the temperature of your mouth. The things that we eat, the things that we smoke, everything. Just the fact that I'm talking and opening my mouth changes the temperature inside my mouth. That's why oral temperature is not more accurate. The rectum or rectal temperature, on the other hand, it is an enclosed compartment. So it is a mucous membrane there that is closed. There's no air coming over there. There's no food that you're going to shoot through there, nothing. So when you put the thermometer right there, the temperature that you're going to get is the most accurate. So that is why. Now, if you see temperature right here is +1. It is 1 degree above the oral temperature, 97.6 98, 100. Remember, yes. Just know the oral, and that's it. That's all I need to know. The rectal, I just add one degree above. Just add it. So 98.6 to 100.6 rectal. What about the axillary or the armpit? It is -1. See, this is 97. Here is 96.6. This is 99.6. This is 98.6. See how it is? It is minus because it's the least accurate. If you see that I have +1, because plus means better, right? So we have kind of standard mouth, then the rectal, 1 point more, and the armpit, because it's the less accurate, -1. So 97.6 -1, 96.7. 99.6 -1, 98.6. That's it. Now for the tympanic membrane, don't worry about that because it's very, very similar to the rectal one. It just doesn't go that high because it's very accurate, but the most accurate is the rectal. And remember that the tympanic is the one that we check by the ear canal. And it's very, very common for children, the little kids, because they cannot hold the thermometer inside their mouth. We're not gonna say a little kid, okay, open your mouth, lift your tongue. I'm gonna place the probe right there under your tongue. Do not bite on it. They're not gonna listen to that. The first thing that they're gonna do, they're gonna chew on it. And start biting it. So then that's not gonna be good. But whereas if I use the ear, that will be, or the rectum. I check temperature on the little kids, rectal temperature all the time. All the time. That's what I was doing before. Now, once again, the little kids needs to be sick. They brought the little kids because they were sick. But if it is a child that is not sick, most of the time, we just do the tympanic because it's more convenient, remember, and it's very accurate. So that's how it works. So you see now, oral, rectal, and axillary, very easy to remember the ranges because you use the oral as the standardized one. And then 1 degree plus rectal, 1 degree minus That's going to be the axillary of the armpit. Because how are you going to remember all this? I'm not good memorizing. And I don't like to memorize because memorization doesn't last. You memorize something for a little while and then it's gone. You have to learn it. And one of the keys is that you're going to learn the oral, and knowing the oral, now you can make up the other two. So that's basically how it works. I'm telling you, things are not complicated. Sometimes we kind of work too hard. It's not working hard. It's working smart. We learn tips, cues to make sure that, we remember things a lot easier, because memorization by itself is not good. So that's basically how it is. Any questions about these average for temperature? Okay. Now let's talk about, we talk about the routes. We talk about the average or the ranges of temperature. Now let's talk about these devices that we're going to use to check temperature. So we're going to talk about the types of thermometers. There are many, many types of thermometers. So we have one that is glass-free thermometer, so free mercury thermometer. Because back in the days, they used this chemical called mercury, but it was removed because it's very dangerous. If the thermometer breaks and this mercury spills out, you're going to develop brain damage. So for that reason, mercury was removed from the thermometers that back in the days they used to use. When I start practicing medicine, we use non-mercury because that is a lot older. When I was a child, yes, they used this oral mercury thermometer to check my temperature here in my country. Remember, I'm out of the country right now. So that's basically what it is. So I know then, of course, I have used them, but not for the purpose of medicine, because that was in the United States that I graduated myself from. So over there, by the time that I started going to medical school, things have, evolved, things have changed. They removed mercury, but there was glass. We're going to talk about the pros and the cons of using these glass mercury-free thermometers versus the electronic or the digital ones. So as the word implies, digital means, it's a lot easier and faster. Not to mention that they are 99% accurate. So that's basically what it is. So for the oral and the armpits, we can use the same ones. So the same type of thermometers versus the tympanic, because it's a different structure. We cannot use the same thermometer that we use for the mouth and the axilla or the armpit. It's not the same one that you're going to place in the ear canal. Again, we have disposable thermometers, oral, sensitive, for those checking the temperature, like a little tape that you place on the forehead. Now, these are not the ones that we're going to use in the medical field. This is prescribed to families so you can check your temperature at home, just in case you get sick. And then when you come to the hospital, then we do the electronic or the digital thermometers ourselves. So whenever we have disposable thermometers, these are not the ones that we're going to use in the medical field. This is just an easy way, because they are non-expensive and easy to use. And if you don't need it, they can, you can save it for a long time. So that's basically what it is. The other ones, they are more like for the professional setting. So that's basically what it is. So mercury-free glass thermometer. Now think about glass. So if it is glass, it's kind of dangerous, right? It can break, it can chip, it can cut the mouth of the patient. Who knows? So basically, and not only that, it takes 5 minutes to do the work, to do the reading, versus the electronic or digital that takes seconds. Can you imagine you with that glass thermometer under your tongue for 5 minutes? Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you never have this, but I have, and I know how it is. It's very tiring. So again, it takes too long to get the reading. And if you don't know how to use it, or the patient bite on it, or it's not under the tongue, guess what? The results are going to be inaccurate. So remember that I mentioned it, that these glass-free, mercury-free glass thermometers are used oral, rectal, and axillary. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot the rectal one. But yes, it's used for these 3 routes. Only for the ears, we have a different one. So that's how it is. Now we have to differentiate the thermometers because they come in 2 colors, green or blue and red. So that's basically what it is. So you have to be very careful because, hey, you're not going to use the rectal one in somebody else's mouth, or vice versa. The oral one in somebody else's rectum. So the oral color, again, they are green or blue color. Most of the time, you're going to have seen them green. The rectal thermometer is a red color. So it's color code. So be careful, don't mix them up. It is very easy to mix them up. So again, here it is. Oh, see, these are the glass. Of course, they are not that wide. They are very thin. It's just an image. Now, this is oral thermometer and can be used for the axilla. So this one can be used because this is green, you see, right here. Right in the center has some chemical right there that is going to react to the temperature inside the mouth. And it depends on the temperature, this bar is going to move from this value. See, it starts right here at 35, that is like 95, and then 96, 98.6, so on and so forth. So it's pretty simple to read it. Remember, this is the part that is going to be introduced on the patient's mouth. Now, these thermometers at the tip, the part that is going to go underneath the tongue, is going to have a cover, see? A cover. You're not going to put directly the glass inside the patient's mouth. No, there is a little plastic cover that is going to be fixed there. So we have to apply it to it. The thermometers do not come with it. They come separate. So we're just going to attach it to it and place it on the patient's mouth underneath the tongue, remember. That's basically what it is. Once again, this is the same thermometer. We don't use these thermometers anymore. Now that's now. Because now everything is digital or it's calibrated differently. So that's basically what it is. Everything is electronic. digital. Here it is, electronic digital thermometers. This is the way to go. Now, once again, these other thermometers, these glass thermometers, it takes 5 minutes for you to get the correct reading. So kind of shake it, place it underneath the tongue, and then when you remove it, you're just gonna read depends where the bar of the chemical stops here. So if it stops here, it's gonna be 38 or 96.5, things like that. So once again, you're gonna read depends on these numbers. Depends where is this bar right here going. So that's basically how it is. But these thermometers are not used frequently. I haven't seen them for a long time. When I start working as a medical provider, we use electronic devices. So it was better than, but I knew how to use this. So these are battery operated portable electronic or digital thermometers. Very simple, small, convenient, but once again, you have to charge them. Or if they have a charger for some of them, this you have to place all batteries. So we got to make sure that whenever the doctor enters the room, and this is not the one that you plug right there on the wall adapter, then you have to check that if it is portable, then you have to check the batteries or that it is charged. How you do that? Turn them on. And if the light goes green, you already know that these electronic devices, whatever the case may be, not only for the thermometers, but for any other device that the medical doctor is going to be using. Remember the otoscope, the ophthalmoscope, we use lots of instruments that are battery operated or they are chargeable, just like our phones. So just make sure that you do that. So look at this. See how convenient this method or this technique or these devices are. The temperature is displayed quickly within 4 to 60 seconds. Actually, it's 4 to 10 seconds. You don't wait a minute to get that. It is very, very fast. You place it in the mouth, and because remember, you have to turn it on before. So you turn it on, place it there because you see on the little display or screen, you see then it says Fahrenheit. You can change it if you want centigrades or Celsius because it comes both of these measurements. So for the purpose of the class, usually it is set up on Fahrenheit, but you can switch. So you don't have to do the conversion. So you just go there and do it. Get Celsius by just pressing the button or moving the slider a little down or up for Fahrenheit. So you get the information right, you get the result right there. I'm telling you, 4 to max, not even 10 seconds. You place them in the mouth, next thing you hear, beep, it's ready. Then you check the little screen and get the information from there. That's it. So once again, for these particular thermometers, also there are color code, the same protocols that we follow for the glass thermometers. The same colors are going to go for the digital or the electronic ones. So green or blue for oral axillary, remember? And for the rectum, got to be red. So check. See, it's so simple to see it because rectal, red. So we know that. So we learn it that way. So once again, for any of these devices, you're going to be using disposable covers. So if you're going to place these digital thermometers, they have a Pro that is a long metal particle with a little hub. And right here, you're going to put the cover. It's a plastic cover. They're right there in a little box, so you have to have it available. So you place it right there, and when you're done, you press the button right here. This has a little button right here. You press it, and this is released. And you release it, and now the sharks container, you're gonna be releasing it on, the biohazards by the back biohazards disposable container. So that's basically what it is. Once again, it says right here that temperatures can be displayed in degrees Fahrenheit or centigrades. Centigrades are the same as Celsius. So we can change them if you want. So again, very simple to do it. You just have to give the proper commands, the proper instructions to the patient to do the temperature. See, this is an all electronic thermometer. I use this, I remember. So again, very simple. You can see here the two different pros. See, one is color red for rectal, and this is color blue for oral or the axillary. So there's a little outlet around here, and you're gonna connect. If you need this oral, you connect it right here. If you don't need it, just disconnect this one and plug this one. Depends what route you're gonna use. And you see, this is the pro. It's metal. You don't place this metal directly under the patient's mouth. That's anti-hygienic. I mean, not gonna do that. But then you use the covers, that is the pro covers. Just place it right here, place this right here. And when you're done, you just press right here, this button, the color code button, press with your thumb, and this is ejected, is released. And to place it, you just go and push it in. That's it. Very, very simple. So again, the new thermometers are smaller, nicer, but hey, they was doing the job, and they're gonna be taking the same amount of time, 4 to 10 seconds, and you got the results. So that's basically what it is. So here, questions for the exam. Remember these probes that you're gonna use, whether to put on the patient's underneath the tongue, the patient's mouth, or the rectum or the axilla, they are color coded. So if they ask you about the color, usually it's the rectal. Remember, rectal, red, R-E. They start with the same first two letters. So red for rectal. So they're gonna ask you, which color code are you gonna be using for rectal temperature? So, rectal, red, right? So right there, you're gonna get the answer. So that is it for that part. So very simple. Once again, it's not something that, you're gonna have issues kind of learning how to do it. I think that I have here a little video. I have so many things, but probably that's the one it is. So let's check it out, see how it works. Let me see if this is the one. Oh, yeah. So here they're gonna have all the, well, the videos are gonna be talking about all the procedures, all the type of routes to do the temperature. So let's move on and do the tympanic one. And then we watch the video from all of the routes that we use with different thermometers. It's not gonna have, not that I'm gonna make the same mistake that I made before, that I gave you for the head circumference, and they have the weight, the weight, and there was all of the measurements. So we're gonna go over tympanic thermometer. Now, tympanic, also known as oral. Remember, not oral, oral. That's a different issue because it means ear, like Oreo. So when you see these words, oral and tympanic means the same, because oral means tympanic membrane or kind of origin, for audio. The same way, because these are digital or electronic. Battery operated and digital, because you're going to see the display right there in front of the device. Now, it measures temperature, but only, remember, the tympanic membrane, which is the membrane that separates the external ear canal from the middle ear canal. Now, they also have covers, because the tip that enters your external ear canal is not going to be directly the device's tip. You have to use a little cover just for hygiene. Remember, you don't want to use the same thing, and then if you don't clean it, somebody else is going to use that, place in somebody else's ear, and the person has an infection. Now you're going to pass the infection. Indirect methodology or mode of transmission. You don't want to do that. So that's basically what it is. So you have to use these disposable covers so you don't contaminate the device. It says right here that registers temperature within 1 to 2 seconds. This is super fast. Now, one of the difference between these tympanic thermometers, not talking about route-wise, is how you operate them. Because when you use the electronic or digital thermometers for rectal, axillary, or oral, you have to turn on the machine first. So the device, you turn it on, and then you apply. This one is different. This one, first, you place the device on the patient's ear canal, and then you press on, because it takes 1 to 2 seconds. If you press on, by the time that you reach the ear, the thermometer started sounding the alarm, the beep. So you have to place it first, and then you turn it on. The other ones, you turn it on, and then you place it. Pay attention to this, because that's how it works. So don't make the mistake that you go there to check the ear, the tympanic temperature from a patient, and then you turn it on, and then by the time that you're going to reach the ear, it's already giving information, but you haven't even placed it inside the ear yet, because it has to be turned on when you are already inside the ear canal. So that's basically what it is. It says right here, proper placement of thermometer in ear is important to get accurate reading. So this thermometer has to be within the external canal. It's not just putting in the tip right there at the entrance of the canal. No, it has to go a little bit inside. So the tip of the device had to go a little inside. Other than that, you're not gonna capture an accurate temperature. So that's how it works. Remember, aural means tympanic, comes from audiologists, the specialists of sounds and hearing. So that's how it works. So here it is. This is the tympanic thermometer. Now, this does not have color codes or anything like that because it's only used for this purpose. Now, here it has the screen, and you can select the type of temperature, and the values are coming right here. Now, in this part is when you're gonna add the specula, the little cover. So it's gonna cover this part, it's gonna be protected, it's plastic. It's gonna go all, it's just fitting the entire tip of the thermometer. And this is now you're not gonna introduce the whole thing. You're just gonna go like this part, the narrow part of the ear, that's the one that enters the ear canal. And then you press on when you are already placed inside the ear canal. Then you're gonna remove this. You're gonna discard it in a biohazard bag, red bag, because, well, might be contaminated. So that's basically what it is. It's very, very fast. These are the disposable oral thermometers. These are used once again for the purpose of, having them at home. Because we're not gonna carry these other type of thermometers. What if they are not charged? What if you run out of battery and are a little more complicated and more expensive? So these disposable oral thermometers are really good. They can be of paper or plastic, either or. Remember, they have a chemical with them that when they sense the temperature of the skin, they change colors. So basically, that's what it is. So when you place it, whether, that's the one you place in the mouth, it's going to take up to 60 seconds. It's just a minute or less. So most of the time you leave it there for 60 seconds because you want the reaction of the chemicals on the strip or the little thermometer, disposable thermometer, to change colors. You give it a little time for the temperature to work. So the highest reading among those little dots, because they have a bunch of dots, and those dots are going to be changing colors. When they change colors, the last one that changes colors, that's the temperature. Now, once again, these are not the ones that we use in the medical. This is for home or other things that is not directly related to the medical. Not the most accurate method. Of course it's not. Because we don't know, if you are holding it there for 60 seconds or if you have eaten something prior or cold or hot. So it's just not accurate. But it's good at least to have a baseline for the parents to know if the child is sick or the relative is sick or they probably have temperature. It's better than just putting the palm of the hand, the dorsal part of your hand on the forehead, right? Sometimes people say, oh, yeah, you're cold. Oh, you had. Just placing, that's called palpation. Well, this is a little better than that. So to avoid that, because sometimes when you touch or palpate someone to check the temperature, you're checking your own temperature sometimes because your hand is the one that is hot, not the other person. So these ones kind of, avoid, that issue with, using your hands. So this is how it's done. These are plastic. I have used this for my kids because they're disposables. I don't want to see them anymore. I mean, talking about these strips, not my kids. So if whenever I felt like, my child was kind of sick or something like that, then I place the thermometer. That's it. You see these dots, they change colors. So it's very, very simple to do it. Right here, it is clear. Oh, this one on top. This is how you will get it. Now it says right here, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 100, 101, 102, and 3, and 4. But the dots are not color. Here it is. See, this is color. All of these are color. So you're going to go for the highest. So 96, all of them are color. So 96, 96.2, 96.4, 96.6, 96.8. Oh, that was 97. The whole 97 is covered. So 97, 97.2, 4, 6, and 8. 98. All of the circles or dots are covered. So what is your temperature? The temperature for this patient is 98.6, 0.8, I'm sorry. That is it. If the temperature were here, this is the dot, and this is the last one, then it will be 99.2. And if it was here, 99.4. And if it was here, it was 99.6. What about if the dots were close, all of this, and the patient has up to here? Well, it will be 102, one again, 102.2.4. So that's how it works. So it's not difficult to do it, to read it, but it's not accurate. And remember, it's used only once. I'm going to be reusing this because it was already used. So basically, that's how it works. Remember, this goes on the patient's mouth. So this will be disposable. Now, this is the temperature-sensitive tape. This is a lot easier because you just can apply the tape just like, a little Band-Aid on the forehead. So it's right there, usually apply to the forehead of the patient. We deal a lot of this with the children. Remember, the children are the ones who's getting very sick, or the elderly. And we recommend the parents to have this type of disposable tapes to check the temperature to their child. Instead of telling us, oh, I think that my child is sick. Okay, what is the temperature? No, I have not checked. I just, palpate them. I just touch them, and they feel, I feel that they are hot. That's not telling me anything because I don't have no numbers. So how do I know if the child is actually sick? So then you have to ask them to bring the child to the medical doctor or to the emergency, whatever the case may be. So these ones, the temperature records when the color changes, and it's very fast. See, 15 seconds. So that's basically it. You just need to know if the temperature is higher than normal. Not accurate. Once again, these are devices that we are going to recommend for people to have it at home. This is not done in the medical. The medical facilities have the other systems, the other devices. So that's basically, so that's how it is. So do you think that this kid is sick? I don't think so. But this is what it is. You just place the little tape, and the temperature underneath is going to activate chemicals right here within this area, and whatever is highlighted, or whatever is, gets darker than or color, that is the temperature right there, because the numbers are going to be there, and you're just going to read how high the temperature when on this particular mark or scale measurement. So that's basically what it is. So it's not difficult at all. Let's talk about disadvantage of glass thermometers. Remember that I told you before, break easily. It takes 3 to 5 minutes. Actually, it takes 5 minutes. I don't know what it says 3, but it's 5 minutes. It says 3 minutes for the oral, it was 5. For the axillary, it was 5 or more. I'm telling you, I use it. I know they don't work faster. So now there are glass, so you have to be cleaning them continuously. Little one, you don't have to clean it because you have a disposable cover, and that's it. You just remove that. So you have like a little more work to do. So that's basically how it works. It is just the time that, the patient has to hold. The more time that the patient holds this thermometer underneath the tongue, the less accurate it's going to be. The other one is going to go in and out. That's it. You got the results. The other one, you get tired. You salivate a lot. You try to hold it, and what you do is you bite on it, because sometimes it kind of fall off your, from your tongue. So you want to kind of clench it with your teeth. So that's basically how it goes. So let's watch the video now with all these type of temperatures, I guess. Okay, so I think that I have it right here. Okay, yeah. See, here are all the types of temperatures. So they're going to go over all of them. Very simple, once again. Again, the glass takes a little more little details, but it's just time consuming, waiting for, this test for the results. So that's basically what it is. So here it is. Pay close attention.
Hey everyone, it's Sarah with RegisteredNurseRN.com, and in this video I'm going to show you 6 different ways on how to check a temperature. First, let's talk about what is a normal body temperature. In the adult, it can vary anywhere between 97 degrees to 99 degrees Fahrenheit, with the average about 98.6. In a child, it can also vary anywhere between 97.4 to around 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And anything greater than 100.4 is considered a fever in both the adult and child. The first way we're going to check a temperature is through the mouth, so orally. And you can do this one of 2 ways. You can use a digital thermometer, which is most commonly used, or you can use a glass thermometer, which really isn't used as much because they can break. So let me show you first how to use this glass thermometer. Before taking an oral temperature, you want to make sure that the person hasn't consumed anything. And if they have, wait about 15 minutes before taking the temperature. So what you want to do is you want to perform hand hygiene and don gloves. Anytime you're taking an oral temperature, you may be encountering oral secretions, so you want to prevent yourself from getting contaminated. Then you want to make sure your thermometer is clean. So clean it with alcohol prep and let it dry. Now with glass thermometers, you have to pay attention to where the liquid is on the reading scale. If it is above 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, you will have to take your wrist and flick the thermometer down for that fluid to go below 98.6 degrees. Once the fluid in the thermometer is below that point, you'll want to insert the thermometer in a probe cover just to protect the thermometer from being contaminated anymore. And then take the thermometer and insert it in the patient's mouth. Have the patient lift up their tongue and put it underneath the tongue. Okay, keep it close. And wait for 3 minutes and then remove the thermometer. Once the time's up, you'll take the thermometer out of the patient's mouth and read the thermometer. Then what you'll want to do is remove the probe cover, clean your thermometer with alcohol prep or whatever your facility wants you to clean it with, doff your gloves, perform hand hygiene, and document the temperature, especially the route. Now let me show you how to check an oral temperature using a digital thermometer. Of course, what you want to do first is perform hand hygiene and don gloves. And make sure you're working with a clean thermometer, so always clean it with alcohol prep. Then you're going to take the thermometer and insert it in its probe cover. Then turn the thermometer on by hitting the button on the thermometer and insert it in the patient's mouth. Have the patient lift up the tongue and then put it over and then keep the mouth closed. And then once the thermometer is done, it will beep. Once the thermometer beeps, take the thermometer out of the patient's mouth and read it. Then when you're done taking the temperature, be sure to remove the probe cover, clean the thermometer per your facility's protocol with alcohol prep, and doff your gloves, perform hand hygiene, and document the temperature. Another way you can take a temperature is through the ear via the tympanic membrane. So first, what you want to do, of course, is perform hand hygiene, get your thermometer, and with these type of thermometers, you want to use a probe filter. So place that just over the thermometer, turn your thermometer on, and you're going to insert this in the ear. For the adult, what you'll want to do is you want to take the pinna of the ear, pull it up and back. If your patient was less than 12 months of age, you would want to take the pinna and pull it down and back. So we're going to pull it up and back. We're going to insert the thermometer in the ear. Then we're going to hit the button to take the temperature. Just takes a second. Then we will read our thermometer and it will display the temperature right here. Then after reading the temperature, what you'll want to do is take the probe filter off and perform hand hygiene and clean your thermometer per your facility's protocol and document the temperature. A third way to take a temperature is through the armpit, the axilla. So to do that, what you want to do is get a digital thermometer, perform hand hygiene, make sure your thermometer is clean, and insert it into a probe cover. Then turn the thermometer on and lift up the person's arm. Place the tip of the thermometer directly into the armpit, not on the clothing. Have them close the armpit and hold the thermometer there until it beeps. Once the thermometer beeps, take it out and read it. After reading the thermometer reading, take the probe cover off, clean the thermometer, perform hand hygiene, and document. Another way to take a temperature is through the temporal artery. So to do that, of course, we want to perform hand hygiene, get our thermometer, and with this specific thermometer, it has a cap cover, so to take it off. It does not have the little filters that go over it. Some models do. The manufacturer just recommends cleaning the thermometer. So make sure your thermometer is clean with alcohol prep or whatever your facility requires you to do. What we're going to do is we're going to hold in this button, keep it held. We're going to go to the middle of the forehead and swipe the thermometer across the forehead to the hairline and then release the button and read our temperature. Now, let's say that the patient was sweating, had a lot of sweat on their forehead. How we'd want to do that is, again, hold the button in, go to the middle of the forehead, sweep across to the hairline, and then go behind the ear and read our thermometer. Then clean your thermometer, recap it with the protective cover, perform hand hygiene, and document. Another way to check a temperature is rectally. So to do that, you want to perform hand hygiene and don gloves when taking a temperature this way. You want to get a thermometer and you want to make sure it's clean. Then insert the thermometer into a probe cover and then lubricate the tip of the thermometer. Then turn the thermometer on and have your patient positioned on their back with their knees bent. Then insert the thermometer into the rectum about 1 inch. Then remove the thermometer once it beeps and read the temperature measurement. After reading the temperature, take the probe cover off, clean the thermometer, doff your gloves, perform hand hygiene, and document. Another way to take a temperature is through the skin using a temperature strip. And to do that, you want to perform hand hygiene, peel off your strip and put it on the forehead. And after placing the strip within 15 seconds, a dot will start to appear and whatever turns green will be the temperature reading. Then once you have read the temperature, just take the strip off and dispose of it. Then perform hand hygiene and document. Now you may be asking yourself, which route is the most accurate? According to the experts, the rectum is the most accurate route to take a temperature. The least accurate route would be the skin or the armpit. So always use that as last resort. And whenever you take a temperature in the rectum, it's always going to read about a degree higher than the mouth. And if you take a temperature in the armpit, it's going to read about a degree less than the mouth. Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, so see here, she summarized some of the stuff that I already mentioned. So that's what I like this video, because it tells you things that, you know, for exam purposes, they give you little, you know, tips of why, you know, what is it that is the most common, once again, the most common, the most accurate, the least accurate. Remember, those are the points that you need to keep in mind every single time that, you know, you take these lectures. Because the point is, you know, not only that you're going to apply this at work, because at work you can read, you have time to learn from someone else, you practice, but during the exam, there is no time. So the most important thing is that you are there, you're ready, and you know what you're doing. So that's basically what it is. Now, I don't know why I didn't have here the rectal temperature. Why did I miss it? Somehow. Cleaning poles. I don't know why I didn't have the rectal, because she mentioned something that is very important that because I didn't cover it, I didn't go over. Remember, for the rectal, you have to apply lubricant on the prof, because remember, it's the rectum. So it is kind of very narrow space, and there's an sphincter there, and you're just gonna place only the tip of this thermometer. You're not gonna place the whole thing inside. You're gonna go like an inch only, and that is it. And as soon as like the part of the tip goes in, you're gonna hold it there. For the children, remember, because they can start pushing and kind of straining, they might push it out. You have to hold it. For the adults, you don't. And for the children, sometimes you have to kind of hold the cheeks or the buttocks together so they don't eject the thermometer out. I'm telling you, because when I was doing this for the first time, it happens to me. And very careful, because these little kids can, you know, poop when you place something in the rectum. So you have to be on the lookout and don't kind of stand right there behind, like in front of, not do it on the side. Because if they poo or something, well, you are protected, you covered. So that's basically what it is with these particular thermometers. So not difficult. You see how fast the procedures are done? But when you explain them, when you give a lecture, it's different, because you have to talk about every single point. Doing it, you're doing all the steps, but actually it looks like it's less and very fast. So that's how it is. When we draw blood, it's like 20 steps. But when you start doing it, it looks like it was like 5 or less. So once again, it looks like a lot, but it's not. You just have to follow, because most of the steps are kind of repetitive. And you just have to do it right away. Remember, keep yourself standard precautions, because that's the most important thing, because you don't want to transfer a medical condition to your patient. Okay, so let's move on now. We are done with temperature. We are going to move to pulse. Now, there are two things here that are highlighted, because that's what they're going to ask you in the exam for this part of the pulse. So what is pulse? Pulse is measuring the heart beats per minute. So that means we're going to count for 1 minute, the heartbeats of the patient using one of the landmarks of the patient, depends of the age of the patient. So that's basically what it is. So we're gonna check an artery from the patient. For the pulse, we use arteries because arteries have high pressure. We're not gonna use veins. Veins are for drawing blood because veins do not have pressure. So that's basically what it is. So the arteries are the one that we use to check the pulse, to check the blood pressure. So that's basically what it is. So there are many arteries that we can check pulse, but for medical assistance, there are 2 arteries that you can check pulse from. One for adults and one for children. So that's basically what it is. So for the adults, we are going to use this distal part of the arm right here by the wrist, by, lining up with the thumb. We are going to be placing these 2 fingers, so the index and the middle finger right here in this little part, like 2 fingers after the crease of the hand. And we're going to place it right there, and we're going to find the pulse right there. You're going to see video, but we're going to do this when we go back to school to do the practicals. Simple. You learn it very easy. This is one of the most simple tests to do. But if you don't do it right, if you don't place the fingers correctly and you don't apply a little pressure to that artery that is called the radial artery, then we're going to have a problem. Now we're going to have a little issues depending on the patient, particularly older patients, because the pulse becomes very faint, meaning even though if we apply pressure right here in this area where we're supposed to, we don't feel it. So some of the patients, we don't feel it. Not that they're dead. Then we have to use a different approach. So we have to use a different technique to check the pulse. So that's basically what it is. Remember, pulse is the number of heartbeats per minute. That is the definition, and you need to know the definition. They're going to ask you, what is pulse? What is the definition of pulse? Number of heartbeats per minute. So anytime that, when you press over this artery, the radial artery, right here by this side, I'm doing it right now and I feel my pulse by just pressing my fingers not too hard. So you're going to count how many times, this artery kind of drops on the tip of your fingers. That's a heartbeat each time that the artery kind of pulsates. That's basically what it is. Another question from this particular slide is going to be, what is the normal pulse rate for an adult? Remember, we're talking about adults because children has a variety of different measurements due to age related, because they are growing, they're still developing. So they change from birth to infancy to schooler to teenagers, and then young adults, and then adults. They're different. Remember, for test purposes, they don't ask about children. These values for children, they don't ask. They ask just regular standardized ranges for adults, because adults keeps mostly the same numbers and within the same ranges to be considered normal. Because it says right here, normal pulse rate for an adult. Read the question because it says an adult. It is 60 to 100 beats per minute. We are going to be repeating this many times when we get to EKG, electrocardiography, because that's another module that we're going to go over after, we complete phlebotomy. Pulse rate. So what happens when the pulse rate goes beyond normal ranges? What is called? Know this because these are questions for exam. This is called tachycardia. Now, when your blood pressure goes below normal ranges, which is 60, if it is, remember, normal ranges goes between 60 and 100 beats per minute. So 60 to 100 beats per minute. So if you go above 100, it's called tachycardia. Tachy means fast. Cardia means heart. This is a fast heart, but this is a fast heart rate. If it is less than 60, it's called bradycardia. Brady means slow. Cardia means heart. This is a slow heart. But it's not that it's a slow heart, it's a slow pulse rate. So that's basically what it is. This is one of the most simple tests to do. We just have to have a watch or a clock on the wall, and we're going to place the fingers, remember the index and the middle finger, right by the arterial, by the radial artery, lining up with the thumb, right 2 fingers after the crease of the hand is right here, 2 fingers right here, and you place. I'm going to watch the video and you're going to see. Very, very simple to do it. Remember, where is the artery that we use for adults? It's going to be the radial artery, which is on the patient's lower arm, close to the wrist, by the thumb side. What about for children? Well, for children, we're going to use the brachial artery right here. So the brachial will be right here after the elbow in the inner part. And if we have someone that we cannot listen, we cannot feel, or we cannot feel the pulse, then we're going to use a different approach. We're going to see it later on. So know what is tachycardia, know what is bradycardia, know what is the normal ranges of pulse for adults, because that is very important, and which of the arteries are being used for adults to check the pulse, and which arteries used for children to check the pulse. We are going to go over this during electrocardiography, because that is more related. But at this case, we have to check the pulse. We need to know it. So that's basically what it is. So here are the normal ranges or averages for the pulse. So it says birth to 1 year, 110 to 170. Pay attention that it varies, depends of the age of the patient. 110 to 170, that is super fast. That's how it is for little kids. As you start growing, 1 to 6, you're going to have 80 to 120. So it's going down. Why? Because when you get to the adulthood, you're going to have 60 to 100. So 12 years to an adult, you're going to have 60 to 100. Do not worry about 12 years, 13, 16, 18. No, just think about, adults, because they're going to talk about adults. 60 to 100 beats per minute. Now, remember, we talk about older patients or elderly. The pulse rate, it is lower than normal, 55 to 70. So it's normal that the normal ranges, but it's normal for them due to the age. just for you to know, not because you're going to be asked. You're only going to be asked about adults. Remember, adults' temperature, adults' pulse rate, and adults' blood pressure, adults' respirations. That's what it is. So it's a lot easier because children has a variety of values depending on in which age group they are. So it will be a lot more complicated for us to try to remember all this information, don't you think? So that's basically how it works. Any questions about pulse? We're gonna watch a little video and you're gonna see exactly how it's done. And you're gonna see how easy it is. You just need to know 2 things or 3 things for the pulse. So remember, you're gonna look for the radial pulse. Now, how you gonna measure? You're gonna count the number of pulsations that the artery makes against the tip of your fingers as you press against the artery. You're gonna count for 1 minute. Now, there are other techniques in which all depends on your patient. If your patient has a normal rhythm, then you're gonna do it for 30 seconds and you multiply by 2. You actually can do it for 15 seconds and multiply it by 4 because it's the total amount of minutes, which is 60 seconds, 1 minute. In other words, you can check the pulse the entire minute, which is what you're supposed to be doing. But, you know, in our workplace, if we know that our patient has a regular rhythm, then immediately we just do it for 30 seconds and then we multiply it by 2. I'm going to be checking the pulse for 30 seconds. And then when I reach the 30 seconds, I stop and I multiply by 2. And whatever the case may be, you know, whatever the values are, that is the patient. Now you can go as far as checking only for 15 seconds and then multiplying by 4. But that's not something that is allowed. So you are allowed in general, in the medical, you are allowed to do it 1 minute or 60 seconds or for 30 seconds and you multiply it by 2. So remember that because these are questions for exam. So you are the medical assistant, you're checking the pulse rate for the patient. How you are going to check the pulse. So then you look at the times. You check for 5 minutes. No, who's going to check for 5 minutes? They give you some different answers, options, and that I never mentioned. So if you see check for 1 minute or 60 seconds, that's it, that's the right answer. If it is not, you're going to see check for 30 seconds and multiply by 2. That is the correct answer. Remember, this exam do not have A and B as correct, multiple choice, single answer. They're not going to have all of the above, none of the above. Usually, they just have one single answer. They're not gonna trick you. Okay, you check the pulse for 60 seconds. You check the pulse for 30 seconds and multiply by 2. No, that's not the way it's gonna be. Only one answer is gonna be there that is correct. They cannot give you 2 right answers and you have to select one. So that is not fair. So that doesn't happen. So just think about it. So in reality, taking the test is not that difficult. It's just there's a lot of stuff to remember. Okay, so let's watch this 3 seconds video This is very, very simple, short video, must say. So just listen carefully and see where the person that's conducting the video is placing the fingers, and you try it at home. And you're gonna see that is so simple, but when we get back to class for the practicals, I'm gonna show you all these, and we're gonna do it actually. So you're gonna be able to understand and do it yourself without hesitation. Okay. Very simple. So check it out.
This is how to locate the radial pulse. It's located on the lateral side of the wrist. That's where you'll find the radial artery. When counting the radial pulse, you can count for 1 full minute, or you can count for 30 seconds and multiply by 2, or you can count for